Leading off for the Athletics and playing second base, number 6, Brody, Brazil.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Hey, welcome back to the channel. And this time around, I wanted to discuss kind of what seems like a red flag in the projections for a new ballpark at the Tropicana Hotel site for the Oakland A's in Las Vegas. And the problem is this: 30,000 maximum capacity. Now, maybe that's because the A's and Valleys could only negotiate 9 acres, and maybe they feel like that's the highest amount they could fit on such a small space, which, by the way, capacity-wise, 30,000 would be by far the smallest in baseball, by about 5,000. I mean, that's a lot. Also, acreage, this would be the second smallest big league ballpark, only Wrigley Field. Built on the north side of Chicago back in the early 1900s. Was it 1912 or 14? That's a little bit south of 9 acres. This is precisely 9 acres. And again, fitting 30,000 in as your maximum capacity, it sets a ceiling, kind of like an unfortunate ceiling on a project that needs to draw a certain amount of people just to be financially viable and successful in order to pay back bonds that Clark County is going to float out there. So let me actually begin with projections straight from the A's presentation with SB 509 back on Monday. These are not my numbers. These are their numbers that I'm going to do a little bit more math with here. The projection is this: they plan to bring 2.6 million guests, visitors, ticketed fans, let's just say, to 95 different events year after year at this projected ballpark. So I know you're doing the math. 81 home games of a regular baseball season, maybe a preseason game. Obviously, some other events would have to be involved here, and that's to be expected. Quite honestly, I think that number of 95 events, you got to aim north of that. I know you don't want things tearing up your baseball field during the season. I know that's complicated, but I think you need more than that. You need like 110 to 20 events to make sure you get to a 2.6 million total per year. Because at this math, 2.6 million total divided by 95 events, you need 27,368 per event. Like, you need a near sellout pretty much every single time you have one of the 95 events per year there. Like, that's difficult. That's complicated. That's relatively unheard of across venues in North America. Indoor, outdoor venues, doesn't matter. Like, that is an unbelievable aspiration. So the A's say that 30% of visitors and ticketed fans to A's games, 30% are going to be tourists, people from out of town. So that's 762,000. That's their number. 762,000 tourists are going to take in a baseball game every single season for the A's in Las Vegas. The reverse math on that means that there's going to be 1.838 million locals attending A's games every single season as well. The A's are also saying that 405,000 people specifically, I guess that's maybe of the 762, so this is not additional, but 405,000 people every year specifically will come to Las Vegas for the number one priority of going to see the A's play, or their other team, their favorite team, play the A's. Like 405,000 people per year, specifically for the number one reason, not to go see Cirque du Soleil, not to go see Tiesto, not to go see the Blue Man Group or David Copperfield's, that's still on, just to number one see the A's. The A's or whoever they're playing is the number one draw. It's a big number. So let's crunch the math on that. You're looking at, for 762,000 tourists across a baseball season, you're looking at 8,000 tourists every single A's home game on the Strip. You're also looking at, as part of that, 5,000 A's specific or people that came to Las Vegas specifically for this game and no other reason per game. 5 of 30,000 took an airplane flight or took a long car drive from out of town to stay at a hotel specifically to see the baseball game that day or night. Like, those are, again, aspirational numbers. And I think, was that word used? I mean, but that projections and aspirations, like projections should be more realistic, aspirations should be more hopeful. So when we look at visitors and fans here, let's look at Las Vegas. And we know the estimate, 40 million tourists per year visiting Las Vegas for a lot of different reasons, like bachelor parties, bachelorette parties, conventions, work retreats, straight up vacation, the old 36 to 48-hour trip to Las Vegas. 40 million tourists per year visiting Las Vegas. And if you divide that by 365, which I totally understand, that in the summertime, maybe the number and the volume's not as high, or there's holidays, or there's certain parts of the season where that number spikes, or there's a big convention in town, like some conventions alone are bringing in, 120,000 people for a day or two or three. But 109,000 new tourists flying in or driving in every single day, right? Plus or minus some, but that's the average. 40 million divided by 365, almost 110,000. So in a 30,000 capacity ballpark, which is estimating 30% tourists, and again, that number of 8,000 tourists per event, baseball game or whatnot, that means of the 109.5 thousand new visitors daily in Las Vegas, 7.3% are going to attend an A's game. 7.3% of every new visitor daily, like during the summer months of a baseball season, when they need 8,000 tourists per A's game or per event, 7.3% of every new visitor daily to Las Vegas? Like, think about all the reasons people are in Vegas right now. A lot of different things. And some just for the gambling, a pool, who knows what everybody's doing. My point is there's a lot of different things that people are doing. And to say that 7.3% all of a sudden are going to go to see the A's or a Major League Baseball game there, again, I'll use the word aspirational to describe that. And here's the other part about it. I'm saying a full house. I'm using that caption on purpose. No, not like a hand of cards, but it is kind of like that. If you want to have a sold out season, right? And fan attendance here is important. People, last year would say, well, fan attendance isn't everything. There's corporate sponsorships and there's other ways for, a baseball team to do quite well in Las Vegas. And there will be some kind of media deal, obviously. I'll leave all that stuff aside. But this is the important part right now, to actually paying the county back for the bonds, the $380 million of public money. Some of it, a decent amount of it, like 150 plus, needs to be paid back in the form of bonds. So you need fan attendance to generate tax revenue on the site. If the site doesn't generate tax revenue, it doesn't pay for itself. It doesn't do what it's supposed to do. But asking the Golden Knights to sell out every single seat, every single regular season game, that's 717,500 fans across 41 games. Okay, pretty high number. And they've been doing a tremendous job of it. They're living a little bit of a storybook life right now. Can't lie. The way they drafted, the way they expanded, 2 Stanley Cup finals in their first 6 years. They're abnormal, but credit to them. They're doing it right. They're doing it well. The Raiders, 9 home games every year, including this season. They need to draw 585,000 fans to have a totally full house every single regular season game. All of this is just a little bit different than the ask that the A's would need to sell out every single game, every single regular season. 81 home games, 2.4 million. That's the Golden Knights and the Raiders combined twice? Is that right? I'm just doing the quick math here. 1.2. Let's call it approximately twice. That's 2 Golden Knights teams and 2 Raiders teams. All of that combined to make up what the A's are hoping to draw every single year. So when they say the Golden Knights do well, the Raiders do well, yeah, I mean, okay, and they're all new, and everybody's new, so that's a factor. Some are more successful than others, but this is such an exponentially large number than this or this. I don't know how much all that has been considered, really. So let's use an example. Let's go back to the main point here of the 30,000 capacity problem, setting a ceiling that low. And let's use Seattle because they are nearly a perfect example. It was mentioned during the SB 509 hearing back on Monday that the A's goal is to be about at the 50th percentile of attendance in Major League Baseball. Oh, well, why don't we look back at 2022? Last year, The Seattle Mariners, who, oh yeah, also play in a retractable roof stadium. Young team. In fact, Seattle, not even the highest payroll team by any means last year. I think they were only 90-something million, have to double check, but they were not even near the average of payroll. So there is that too, right? I'm giving all the benefits here. But 15th in Major League Baseball attendance, and they also had a season where they made the playoffs for the first time in 21 years. So at the end of the season, there was a little bit more interest, excitement. The season kind of builded into it, but a young and exciting team. And they drew, look at the number, 28,590, a little bit more than the average that the A's need per game to attend and to pay off what's being asked for, I should say. So T-Mobile Park up in Seattle, it has a capacity though of 47.9, almost 48,000. So their ceiling, not just the roof ceiling, but the actual capacity ceiling is much higher. And that is super important here because I'm going to make the point. This is the point you've been waiting for. On the left of your screen, those are the first two homestands, all sequential. I took out the road games. Those are literally time of game, if it was a day or night game. Like I say time, like length of game, day or night game with the D or the N, and then the total attendance. Look at opening day, 45,023, top left, right? Makes sense. And then on the right, the final two homestands of the season, they were competing, they were securing a playoff spot. So here's the overall point. You've waited this long, here's the absolute payoff. Look at the beginning of the season right there. And this is Seattle, good sports town, love their baseball team, have supported them through thick and thin, a great ballpark to go visit. It's in a ballpark district south of downtown. Look at, game 4, home game number 4 of the season, 11,000, then 9,000. And you can't tell me rain is a problem. They could shut the roof. 12,000. Kids are in school. Okay, you have a couple good weekends. 24, 28, 17, 26. So you do reach the average that you need a couple times, but you don't exceed it. How do you make up for the night where you only had 9? Then later on, next homestand, 15,000, 16, 14. You're getting half of what you need. So how do you make this up? Well, T-Mobile Park is capable of hosting so much more. So they can draw a 42,000, a 44,000, a 45,000, a 34,000. All of that is paying back those other nights in red where you didn't get up to your average. That is how a team like this got to its average, because they could fit more than 30,000. And the problem is, if you're the A's in this ballpark on 9 acres and 30,000 seats total, you have no choice but to sell that thing out every single time and have nearly no room for error, because if you don't sell it out, there's no way you can compensate like the Mariners did. Look at the second to last homestand of the season, 44,000, 42. I think some of those games were against the A's when they were clinching a playoff spot. There's a blank spot down there because one of those last games was a makeup doubleheader. But you see my point here. You have to be able to have a higher ceiling so that you can compensate for all the nights that we know baseball is slow. And I'm not a political expert. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not a lawyer. But I'm a person who has seen thousands upon thousands of baseball games in all the different markets across the country during good times and bad times. And no team is able to just say every attendance for 81 times, 28.5, 28.5, 28.5, 20. It does not work that way. It does not work that way. And especially when your stadium is only 30,000 total capacity. And here's the other problem. If you are a 30,000 capacity and that's it, you know what happens to ticket prices? This has kind of happened to the Raiders. Now, they have 65,000 seats at Allegiant Stadium, but, supply and demand, it's as simple as that. And especially out-of-town demand, when you're counting on people to come from out of town, this is the secondary market for tickets expected by the Raiders this upcoming season. Now, why is it the secondary market? If you're part of the primary market, like if you're buying tickets straight from the Raiders, obviously the cost of the ticket is going to be less, but there are more, I believe, incurred costs with seat licenses, other things to maintain a season ticket package. Believe that's the case. Anybody can confirm that for me. I'd really appreciate it. But the secondary market goes like this. Research that's been published and established, $1,035 is the average ticket on the secondary market per game already for this upcoming Raiders season. That is already 28% higher than the next closest ticket in New England. It's $806 on average on the secondary market per ticket per game to watch the Patriots play, $642 in Philly, $607 in Kansas City. I mean, it kind of should be. And $591 in San Francisco. All of this coming straight from Sports Illustrated. So again, supply and demand, but demand is good, supply is low, ticket prices go way up, and then guess what? You run yourself back into the problem of hard to draw 28, 29, 30,000 every single time when not everybody wants to pay that much. It's not as accessible. So I hope that makes sense. I'm just trying to spell out here what I think is significant, a real problem with 30,000 and why this number, why this small. I know they're trying to fit this venue in with Allegiant and with T-Mobile, and they're not trying to step on anybody's toes, but there is a problem here that if you need if they only needed 22,000 a night, I'd say, fine, you can make this work. But if you need the upper limit of your capacity and you have no way to compensate to get more sometimes, what do? You kind of get trapped. Thumbs up on this video since you watched here all the way to the end, and don't forget, subscribe to the channel so that I can see you next time.
Here's Brody Brazil.
So this is a video about the largest player contracts ever awarded by the A's. And I already know what you're thinking. Yeah, the commitments, the years, the dollar amounts, they're not going to be significant nor impressive. And yeah, compared to other teams, you're correct about that. But I also need to start this video with two disclaimers. And just consider the last, 23 years of A's baseball alone. Since the turn of the century, this team has won a lot of games. They've been very competitive in most of their regular seasons. They've had streaks. They've won 97 games a couple years. They've made the playoffs. Unfortunately, they haven't advanced as far as they would have liked in the postseason, but they've been very much in the mix despite not spending nearly as much as some other franchises. There's also this to spell out during the span of discussion here. They've gone through multiple general managers. They've gone through multiple different ownership groups and entities. So it's not just one individual making these decisions. Okay, that being established, let's kind of start at the very beginnings of this. Only 3 big league teams have never awarded a $100 million value contract. Those teams, Kansas City Royals, Chicago White Sox, and the Oakland A's. In fact, if I do the math, maybe either of those two other teams, maybe they've even paid a single player on multiple contracts $100 million or more. Is that 9 figures? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's 9 figures. But I don't even know if the Oakland A's have ever even paid one individual player $100 million, even over multiple contracts. And look, the $100 million figure, what is that? Is that everything? Does that spell out history? Like, is Ricky Henderson's value more than $100 million at some point? It's hard to convert past to present, but this is kind of the threshold we're using in the modern day. And to say that of the 30 teams that are existing right now, only 3 have, even Tampa is in this conversation. Minnesota Twins have awarded a $100 million contract, but these 3 teams, look at all the small market teams are not here, but here's 3 that are. Kansas City, the White Sox, and the A's. And again, for the A's, it's not just a single $100 million contract. I don't know that any one player has ever made that amount from the franchise. So let's take a look at the largest player contracts on the other side of things right now. The A's have never offered $100 million. Mike Trout got 12 years and $427 million from the Angels. Yeah, that's the biggest contract in baseball history. Mookie Betts right behind him, 12 years, $365. Aaron Judge with the Yankees, 9 years at $360 million. Manny Machado, $350 for 11 years. I forgot the M. Francisco Lindor, $341 for 10 years. And Tatis Jr., $340 million across 14 seasons. So yeah, now you can kind of see the difference even between $100 million, which is the threshold we're discussing here, versus some of the top earners in baseball. Yeah, it is possible certain teams commit a lot of money to individuals. And does it always work? That's a whole separate side question here. Look, we've even changed the graphics for this. I prepared all of this for a video actually this past offseason, but I thought, hey, right now is a really good time to do it. Does what you spend actually translate into winning? Now, this is from the 2022 regular season. These are the top spenders, and this is where they finished in terms of their regular season overall MLB record. Dodgers spent the most last year. They had baseball's best record. Mets spent the second most, third best record. Yankees, third most spending, 5th best record. Now, in reality, who is playing for a regular season title? That's not what you play for. You play to ultimately get in the playoffs and, win a World Series. But I'm just talking about the overall success of a baseball team across a large sample size. 162 games. That should give you an indication of whether a team is good or not. And so you can see the correlation here of all these teams at the $200 million or more level, various levels of success. Like the White Sox got to be pretty disappointed to spend $203 million and finish middle of the pack in baseball. Or the Red Sox to spend $212 and finish on the bottom half of baseball. Even the Padres last year, disappointment. Same thing with the Phillies. There is a correlation at the top. There's no question about that. But then you get into this next tier of baseball teams last season that spent over 150, which, by the way, 150 last year was about the league average. And here you start to see some consistency. The Astros finished second, Oh, yeah, they also won the entire World Series. Atlanta had the fourth best record. They're here, the Blue Jays, the Cardinals. So there is something to be said about at least spending to the league average, of which right now, this season, 2023, the Oakland A's are $100 million below the league average of all the teams that are spending on players. They're $100 million below 161 right now. But you can kind of see this is a happy place for a lot of teams to live. But look, there's still disappointment. The Rangers, the Cubs, the Giants of last season, the Angels of almost every season. They spent $180 million last year to finish 9 spots from last place in all of baseball. So look, my point here is that this video can be about what the A's do and certainly do not spend. It doesn't always work out year to year. But more on that here in just a second. These are the teams that spent $100 million or more. So they're all in the 9-figure amount. And you can see, yeah, the Nats, worst in baseball, Tigers, Rockies, Twins, all struggling team, the Reds, all in that same category. So now you're just above $100 million. It's not doing it. And now here you are at less than $100 million, and you get the 28th, 29th, 26th teams in the league, the 20th, the 22nd. I mean, there are some surprises here. The Guardians, even the Orioles, middle of the pack at the lowest spending team. It is possible that some of these teams can exist to be competitive in the end. But here's the twofold part about that. And I thought Seattle was on here. Maybe they were on the prior slide. You can have teams that are on the ascent, that are getting better, that have young players that don't cost a lot, that are competitive. There's two ways to be competitive. Spend a bunch and get the right players in and commit to them for a long period of time, or have homegrown players who are cheap, essentially, at first, and then cost you more as their situation dictates and requires it. You're going to have to pay for those players. So you can't sustain long-term success in baseball unless you spend to a certain level. You can have it in spurts, like we've seen with the A's, 2012, 13, 14, 2018, 19, and 20, and almost half of 21. You can have spurts, but you cannot have sustained success in Major League Baseball unless you are one of the mid-level to upper-level spenders. And again, I'm not even saying you need to be in that 250 or more category, but definitely more than 100 and probably more than $150 million to just assure yourself of being competitive. So that's my look at last season. Now let's get to actually what you're here for. The top 5 A's player contracts in terms of value. Checking in at number 5. This was one of my favorites in my very early years to cover. Jason Kendall, he was a backstop. He had all the attributes, like personally and professionally, of a catcher. Gritty, just grinder. Always had the Roy Kent look on his face. And he and Mark Kotsay were both similar. Like, not necessarily in a bad mood, but just really serious about everything they did. Jason Kendall was definitely in that category. He came to the A's already on, so he didn't sign this contract with the A's, but he was on a 6-year, $60 million contract when traded from the Pirates in November of 2004. Ended up spending 2.5 years in Oakland, and during that span on the contract that Pittsburgh arranged for him, he made $36 million in 2.5 years. Ended up hitting .271 with the A's. I mean, good average. The power was never really there in 373 games, but that's fine. He did his job, no question about that. I will say I distinctly remember one of those home runs because Ray Fosse was on the call. And as the ball was sailing near the fence, all you could hear was Ray in the background saying, "Get up, ball, get up." And Kendall did hit the home run. So Jason Kendall of the mid 2000s, 04 and 05, of 05, 06, and maybe a little bit of 07. Jason Kendall, the 5th highest earner in Oakland history. Jermaine Dye checking in at number 4, the Bay Area zone, NorCal zone. Jermaine Dye, 3-year, $34 million extension in 2002. Now, he was traded from the Royals, is it in 01, after 01? Man, it's 20 plus years ago, I'm forgetting, but traded to the White Sox after he was done with the A's. He would go on to win a World Series in Chicago, and he was part of that 2002 streak team. And then, unfortunately, injuries hampered him in 2003. He was only able to play 65 games in 2003. But a 3-year, $34 million deal checks in at number 4 here. You're seeing we're doing this in reverse order. Number 4 on our list. KD, Chris Davis. Oh, I loved when he rounded third with the salute. I was there the day that he signed officially. I mean, I saw him write his name on the paper. April of 2019, he signed a 2-year, $33.5 million extension. And again, to think that that's the third biggest contract the A's have ever awarded, and you just saw the list before with Trout and Judge on there. It's amazing dollar amounts that the A's just don't do that. 2 years, $33.5 million. Now, this comes off his time with the A's where he was on 4 separate one-year deals. One and one and one and one starting in 16. And all he did in 16 was hit 42 dingers, 43 in 2017 and 48 homers in 2018. Obviously, the career didn't really go as planned from there. By mid-2020, he was not a member of the Oakland A's anymore. But Chris Davis at number 3 here on our list. Oh, Covelli Crisp. Big part of the A's in those 12, 13, and 14 years. The Bernie lean. Mr. Bernie lean himself, one of the biggest leaners they had. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. So with the A's for a significant period of time, 3 different contracts he signed actually with Oakland. And there were club options on all of them during that span. So I think it was like a 2-year, 2-year, and a 2-year. But all of those contracts and all of those options, which 2 of the 3 options were picked up, were worth $52.5 million. So finally, we're getting to half of that $100 million threshold, but that's number 2. And I'll tell you who number 1 is in just a second. By the way, do you know right now? Don't fast forward. Do you know who's number 1? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But Coco's starting salary with the A's was $5 million. By the time he departed Oakland, he was making $11 million per season. Okay, do I have a drum roll on here? I feel like that would be... Yep, no. Oh, wait, I do. I took way too long on that. All right, at number 1, the highest contract ever awarded to an Oakland A's player, Eric Chavez, earned $84.2 million in Oakland across 13 seasons. So there's your answer, right? I said before, A's have never awarded a $100 million contract. They've never had a player make $100 million in multiple contracts during their time. $84.2 million, 13 seasons with the A's from the 90s into the 2000s and ultimately into 2010. Obviously, the back injury really hampered him. He went on to play a couple more seasons in New York, but 6 years, $66 million is the biggest A's player contract ever awarded. And this is Eric Chavez, who, and I will always say it differently. Eric Chavez, even he could never tell me, like, what's the right way to say it? Multiple different pronunciations. I want to settle on one. Xavi, how about that? Xavi had 6 straight Gold Gloves from 01 to 06, but would you believe it or not? Eric Chavez, never a big league all-star. In the same way that Mark Ellis never won an American League Gold Glove at second base. Robbery, I tell you, robbery. Incompetence by baseball, but also robbery in this case for Xavi to never win there's one of his Gold Gloves, but to never be an all-star just was amazing in reverse. So there you go. Eric Chavez, the highest paid A's player, but $66 million, nowhere near $100 million for a contract. And I realize that was many years ago and salaries have increased. And all of this is relative to time. But he earned $84.2 million. Maybe in today's age, maybe that would be the $100 million value. But look, just goes to show you, spending money is not everything all the time, but over the long term, there definitely is a correlation. And it's just not what the A's have done over multiple front offices, multiple ownership groups. It's not something they've done. So there's definitely both sides of it. I wanted to hopefully see it fairly, make all those points. Let me know what you think about this video in the comment section below. Thumbs up on it since you watched. Hey, here all the way to the end. I appreciate that. And don't forget, subscribe to this channel so that I can see you next time.
Here's Brody Brazil.
So this is going to be a video about Oakland and the A's and Las Vegas and Major League Baseball and stadiums and renderings and real estate and construction and the economy and politics. And my goodness, when all of this converges, it sometimes becomes a situation that I just don't understand. Some things have happened that I can't figure out why they've happened, how they've happened, or the trajectory of what even to expect to happen next. I mean, to be fair, I'm on the outside of a lot of this looking in. I'm not privy to all of the intimate, closed-door details by any means, but in this process of the A's trying to find their new forever home and replace the Coliseum, wherever that's going to be, this has gone on for days and weeks and months and years, and yes, decades. Decades of confusion and circumstances and situations and maneuvers, and a lot of the times I just don't understand what exactly is going on. It's really been hard to put together the pieces. Now,
Here's Brody Brazil.
so after days and weeks and months of people asking and wondering where renderings are for the A's potential brand new Las Vegas ballpark, wouldn't you know, they finally come to life on what probably was the very last day that they could actually come out. And what do I mean by that? Well, think about if you are going to build your own house. But of course, you need a mortgage from a bank to help fund construction. You can't go to the bank and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to build a house. I need this amount of money. The bank is going to ask some questions like, well, how big is this house? Where are you going to build it? What do the blueprints look like? Think about the A's asking for apparently $380 million of public funding from the state of Nevada and from Clark County. There's no way they could come to the table with that ask and not present at least something in terms of a location or in terms of a conceptual design. And by the way, the legislative language I still understand is not site-specific. Now, this rendering is very much site-specific, but even it comes with a bit of controversy. Yes, this is the 35-acre site where the current Tropicana Hotel sits, but boy, the A's ballpark was supposed to fit on 9 acres. And I'm not an expert here in Photoshop or construction design, but doesn't that ballpark look like it's taking up way more than 9 of 35 acres? 35 acres is that square. In fact, you know what? Somebody on Twitter did a better job of me than this. Paul Lee on Twitter sent this my way. I apologize. It's not the highest of resolution, but you understand the outer red square or rectangle is the 35-acre Tropicana site. That's what 35 acres represents. The smaller red square or rectangle on the inside, that kind of depicts the footprint or the drip line, so to speak, of the projected ballpark here, which is supposed to fit on 9 acres. And according to the math here by Paul Lee, and again, I'm not even confirming that this is exact. I'm just saying in generalities, Paul Lee mentions it's a 19-acre site for this ballpark instead of the 9 it's supposed to sit on. So my only thing here is just as you look at these renderings, and I'll give you a closer zoomed in version of the very first view, it's just that if you came out with something tangible and meaningful and a little bit more precise than borderline misleading, because the other part of this is that Bally's Corporation has already said the remaining 26 acres, they're going to develop. They're going to put a casino, they're going to put a resort there. I've heard the number of 3 different sky-rise towers that they're going to build. And obviously they'll want ballpark views. So any view that you see inside the ballpark, wouldn't that kind of be blocked by the Bally's Corporation construction? Like literally right now, I'm wondering what Bally's is saying about these renderings. Like, hey, you guys just literally said you were going to take 9 acres of our site that we're giving you for free and giving you $175 million to do with, to use for your construction or whatever and development. And you're not even depicting what we will eventually be here. And you're also kind of taking up more space than anybody ever talked about. Now, this is a rendering. This is usually not how things end up looking. But my point is that even the rendering is going to give somebody who knows nothing about this project a completely different idea than what it would ultimately turn out to be. Yes, it is in the proper corner of the 35 acres. It's in the southeast corner, which is far and to the left as you're viewing it here on the screen. But the size perspective and what would also surround it is not accurate at all. I mean, there's an interview I've got from Fox 5, and Jacqueline Schultz did it, here on this channel. You can watch what their chairperson, Mr. Soo Kim, said about the Bally's development around this stadium. It's a very big deal to them. And to be like not even depicted here, and also to be, kind of squeezed out of the entire 35-acre site. Again, if renderings had come out with the whole project, like how Howard Terminal came out with the ballpark and the development around it, you would understand, okay, here's how everything fits. This rendering, yeah, I guess it answers some questions, but it still leaves me with more questions than answers in reverse as I see it. Now, a lot of people talk about that big arch, like Wembley Stadium type design, and sure, this is supposed to be a retractable roof stadium. I'm not sure what that arch does or how that fits or what it holds up or if it moves or why it's lit or why it stands even taller than the MGM Grand, apparently by scale, but apparently none of this is to scale, by the way. What the FAA would think about having that next to the airport. I said all along that there's no way this baseball stadium would be taller than the current Tropicana. So that couldn't be an issue. There's no way this baseball stadium would be taller than the MGM Grand, or it wouldn't present a visual distraction of a certain, light emission from the site. But this begs to differ. This is not exactly what I was expecting in terms of rendering. Let me also say this. As we look at these renderings, how old do you think they are? Do you think this was just created in the last couple weeks as the A's and Bally's came to that agreement? I don't. I think these renderings, and I'm not sure if exactly there's a way to find out. Maybe there's some EXIF data on these images, but I've got a feeling that these renderings have existed for quite some time. And that's nobody's problem or fault, but maybe these renderings are actually from before the A's knew that it was only going to be a 9-acre site. Maybe they had been talking to Bally's now for about 2 years. Mr. Kim confirmed that a few days ago. Maybe these renderings are a year and a half old. And maybe that's why it takes up more land and space. And so the A's just realized today, hey, we've got to put these out because legislature is going to need to see something if we're going to ask for this public money. We can't go in with them having given them nothing. So here is something. Here's what we've got. But again, that arch, that's fine. It's different, unique. I don't know that a lot of North American stadiums feature something like that. But this, again, the scale, even from this perspective, is a little bit off. And by the way, I'm just wondering about the amount of traffic right there on the Strip, and there's Tropicana right there going east-west, left to right on your screen. It says, I'm not making March of 2020 jokes, but it's going to be a little bit busier than that. It already is. It's the busiest hotel room intersection in the world. Add in a 30,000 attendance baseball game, and it grows even more. Okay, a rendering on the inside of the stadium, and by the way, that view of New York, and is that the Aria down there? Is that the Cosmopolitan? I see MGM, obviously, and Tony Kemp is rounding second base on the scoreboard. Tony, I'm sorry that you had to be included in this. I don't know that you wanted to be. I'm sorry that they chose their favorite player, Tony Kemp, and congratulations or not, you are in as that person on the video screen there. But just in terms of the view, again, I don't think it will look anything like this at all. It can't. If Bally's is going to do what it's going to do, all you'll see are hotel room towers out there in center field, and that's fine. But again, this view just it's not even close to accurate yet. Even I can understand that now. So why would you draw it up this way? But again, maybe these are old. Maybe they didn't know what Bally's said they were going to do. There's also a really odd ode, I believe, to the Coliseum here. Look how much foul ground there is on the first and third base sides. Like, that is way too much. No modern ballpark, especially one that needs to, cram into 9 acres. There's no way you'd have that much foul ground and that it would be circular like this in shape. Yeah, just a side story, a bit bizarre here. And last point on all of this, I've got a totally different video on it, so I'm not going to rehash all of this and bring it up, but there is no other retractable roof big league stadium that sits on only 9 acres, right? There's 7 retractable roof stadiums in Major League Baseball. There's one with a fixed roof. How do I know all this? Yeah, I'm way too deep. Tropicana Field, no relation, where the Rays play, that's the fixed dome. That's the only full dome left. 7 other ballparks have a roof that opens and shuts depending on when they need it to. And the point being here is that if you look at all of them and their footprint and the drip line, which, by the way, the A's have said that this ballpark does fit with its drip line all on 9 acres. But I can prove to you in the other videos that no ballpark of even slightly bigger sizes, none of them fit on 9. I think the next closest is in Milwaukee. American Family Field, it sits on like 11.71, and even still, everything is cramped. There's very little space out there in center field from the edge of the stadium to the center field fence. The point being that no other big league team has a retractable roof stadium that fits on 9 acres. So how exactly do you explain being able to do this for the very first time? So there you go. Those are the renderings from today. And again, we've waited for these for a while. Now they're here. Some people who know nothing about this project are obviously quite excited about it and them and seeing this. Others who have been following along, like I said, have some significant questions that remain to be answered. But the important thing is the timing of this. Like, why did this come out today? Again, I firmly believe that because the A's are passing on their language to the Nevada legislature, they also had to include something. They also had to, sweeten the deal, so to speak, to show them, here's what we want to do, here's where we're going to do it. And at this point, like, if they do not build at the Tropicana site after releasing these renderings and moving forward in this direction, wow, I don't know where it would go from there. That's the end of this video. You made it here all the way to the final seconds. Thumbs up for that. And don't forget to subscribe to this channel so that I can see you next time. Nowhere near around when the A's came out west from Kansas City to Oakland. But like a lot of you, I heard...
Here's Brody Brazil.
So as a product of the 1980s, I obviously was nowhere near around when the A's came out west from Kansas City to Oakland. But like a lot of you, I heard stories over the years about individuals and situations, and there's a lot of details that, quite honestly, I knew but never really connected the dots on, never really put them together to understand the bigger picture. Until now. And in recent weeks, we've heard the news, the A's with a land purchase agreement in Las Vegas, considering relocation once again. I've become fascinated with this A's franchise history, and in this deep dive, we're about to look back on their move out west from Missouri to California. It is crazy to see the similarities and the parallels, and it begs the question, is A's relocation history potentially repeating itself? I mean, some of the things I'll spell out here, you're wondering, wait, were those happening in the 60s Or is that the same exact scenario happening here in 2023? And so there's a lot of details, a lot of things I never really made sense of until now. We'll actually begin this journey in 1955. So Kansas City gets the A's via Philadelphia. They're the first pro sports team in Kansas City, first major pro sports team. And they were lured out there by Chicago businessman Arnold Johnson. He was searching to become a baseball team owner. He bought the Philadelphia A's for $3.5 million with the sole purpose of relocating them to Kansas City, Missouri. And of all things, and of all places, he was convinced by Kansas City Star sports editor Ernie Mell. That's right, a journalist, a newspaper person, had found Mr. Arnold Johnson and convinced him, hey, buy this team, bring them out here to us in Kansas City. We're ready for you. It's crazy how there was media influence to get an owner to buy a team and relocate them out west at that time, right? Going from Philly to KC, that was very much west. It wasn't the West Coast, but obviously you're getting a lot closer to the Mississippi River. So in 1955, Kansas City gets the A's. And actually, in retrospect, they were not there very long. More on that in just a second. It was a bad ending in Philadelphia for the A's. They'd been drawing about 4,000 fans per game. And as soon as they moved to KC, there was that honeymoon effect. They got 32,000 in their first game in the state of Missouri. Now, the A's were also a very bad team as they left Philly and came to KC. In fact, their first season in Kansas City, they lost 91 games. But still, baseball was a big deal. They finished second in American League attendance that year to, of all teams, the New York Yankees. So a team that just moved was right up there fan-wise with the New York Yankees of 1955. So they're established in Kansas City all of a sudden, but they only spend 13 years there. And it was a rough go on the baseball field all 13 years. The A's finished last or second to last 10 of their 13 seasons in Kansas City. They were nothing to write home about, which is amazing in retrospect because they came to Oakland and things obviously timed out, but had almost instant success. Within a handful of years, won back-to-back-to-back World Series titles, 72, 3, and 4 at the Coliseum. But going back to Mr. Johnson, who had bought the team and who had moved them out west, all this time that he owned the Philadelphia turned Kansas City A's, he also had financial ties to the Yankees. And after some questionable trades of Kansas City players going to the Yankees for weird things in return, everybody asked him to divest in one. He had to get out of what was ultimately the Kansas City A's. But the way that he gets out is not actually because he wanted to. He passes away in 1960. Enter Charlie O. Finley, but not so easy. Johnson was the majority owner. There was also a minority ownership group, and they put forth a bid to buy the rest of the team. The minority owners of the Kansas City A's wanted to take it over in a majority fashion. They are denied by a probate court. And a slightly higher bid to buy the team is awarded to a Chicago insurance salesman named Charlie O. Finley. And Charlie O., you could do the research on him separately. This is not necessarily all about him, but he obviously brought a lot of interesting things and ideas, and some that did work out, some that didn't work out, to the game of baseball. Look up the orange baseball. Look up the designated hitter. There's a lot of things that Charlie O. was behind. So he, with a slightly higher bid, is able to buy the Kansas City A's. And initially when he comes in, I mean, look at his quote here. Kansas City's the place for him. Quote, Kansas City is a great sports town, and I'm sure we'll have excellent support. One of the first things I'm going to do is prove that Kansas City isn't a Yankees farm team. So there was that whole thing like, hey, all right, we're tired of supporting the Yankees. We were tired of maybe being used by previous ownership. We're planting our roots here. This is Kansas City's team. This place works for us. we're going to really thrive here in KC. Well, like we know now, they only spent 13 total years there. And during Finley's tenure, there's a lot of things that happen. I mean, I don't have room for all of it here on one screen, but he signs a 3-year lease in Kansas City, so he establishes the team there. But at the same time, he's got back and forth spats with the newspaper, the Kansas City Star. He's constantly going against their critiques of the team. He's fining his own players for various things. He also went through 5 general managers in 7 seasons alone in Kansas City. And so ultimately in 1967, he names himself general manager of the team. That's right, owner/GM. Not unprecedented, but let's just say not one of the more common things in professional sports. All the while, though, that Charlie O is in charge of the Kansas City A's, there is a saga of relocation. And I mean, it's crazy, right? We just talked about 1955. They landed in Kansas City. Not long after, Charlie O takes over. We're staying here. But by 1962, he was openly seeking relocation. By 1962, 7 years after they got there, they're already talking about leaving. Charlie O was denied by the American League a move to Dallas in 1962. The A's were denied a move to Atlanta in 1963, right? This is, we're talking about the Oakland A's here of present times. This is their history in Kansas City. This was all going on before they even thought about moving to Oakland. There was all this talk, all this speculation. It was different back then. No social media, no instant news cycle. I'm sure it was discussed here and there, but imagine if this craziness was playing out in 2023. Denied to Dallas, denied to Atlanta. They both eventually get their baseball teams. And he did not want to sign a Kansas City lease extension in 1964 because he was going to have to share a stadium with the Kansas City football team. Wait a second. Think about that for a second. All the years with the A's and Raiders in Oakland and their stadium conflicts, and they couldn't get along, and Mount Davis, and one prevented the other. Did you ever go back in time and realize that the A's for basically 60 years have been fighting with football teams to have their own home? In fact, I'm pretty sure it's been established that the A's as a franchise have never had their own park built specifically only for them. It's pretty nuts. So here's the move that actually gets the A's to Oakland via Kentucky. Yeah, did you know about this? January 1964, Finley goes out and signs a 2-year lease in Kentucky because he is so fed up with Kansas City, and he didn't really want to sign that 4-year lease. He was against it. He's like, just get me out of here. Get me to Kentucky. I think they were going to build or expand a 20,000 seat venue at the fairgrounds in Louisville and make it a 30,000 seat venue, again, at a state fair, something like that. American League owners said, no, you don't. They voted 1-9 against relocation to Kentucky. And by the way, Finley had already went out and signed this lease, agreed it, got it all, squared away. He did this before the American League said, no, you don't. So the American League voted him down. They basically forced him into signing that 4-year lease with Kansas City starting in 1964. And then Charlie O goes back and calls Kansas City a horse bleep town. I mean, this was not long after he said how great it was, how we're going to make it work here. We're not going to be the Yankees farm team anymore. And now that's how he's describing Kansas City. So now all of a sudden it's getting messy. A 4-year lease. He doesn't want to be there for any of that. What's Charlie O. Finley going to do? Well, in 1964, then he says, all right, I will sell this team. And he sets a price of $8 million, but groups in Denver nor San Diego, which obviously both got baseball teams eventually. It's crazy, right? Dallas, Atlanta, Denver, San Diego were all potential homes for the A's over the years. Neither of those groups could match his $8 million asking price. All the while, though, so he hangs on to the team. All the while, these stars emerge, not only in Kansas City, but also in their minor league pipeline. You got Blue Moon Odom. You got Catfish Hunter, Campy Campaneris. You got Sal Bando. You got Joe Rudy. You got Raleigh. You got Reggie. and this team is going to be something special. And all the while, right? So you could see that train coming down the tracks. There's also another train coming down the tracks. Out west in Oakland, the Coliseum was being built for football. And they knew it was a multi-purpose venue. They knew baseball could be played there. It was built specifically for that occasion and that opportunity. And Charlie O had his eyes on it. So a different situation than like how teams move nowadays. They'll move to a place with no stadium. This stadium was already going up. And he saw it and he knew it. And eventually he would act on that. So Kansas City makes this final bid. They want to keep the A's. There's a downtown domed stadium proposed. But guess what? That domed stadium is for both the Royals and the football team. Excuse me, I said the Royals. The A's, jeez. The A's and the football team. See, I'm sorry, I got caught up in present time. That dome stadium was going to have baseball and football in it. Charlie O said, no, I will not do that once again. Turns out Kansas City readjusts their plans and they get to what is currently existing today. The Truman Sports Complex, which is Kauffman Stadium, the baseball stadium, and Arrowhead, which is the football stadium, which are basically side by side in the same location. So they propose what exists today, and in June of 1967, they get $102 million of public bond money approved to build both stadiums. I'm just laughing at the amount, $102 million to do two stadiums. Crazy how different money was in 1967. Okay, so Kansas City is going to move forward. They're going to do two separate stadiums so they don't have to share. No dome, no downtown stuff, which is ironic because here and now in present times, the Royals are trying to move to a downtown location. They're trying to get out of Kauffman Stadium because it is definitely outdated. So all of this in efforts to keep the Kansas City A's, but ultimately October 18th, 1967, Charlie O asks for it. The American League approves it. Relocation to Oakland. Kansas City is devastated until they find out that they will be awarded an expansion franchise along with Seattle starting in the 1969 season. So for 1 year, 1968, no baseball, but also kind of no big deal because Kansas City knew that they were getting their team and their franchise replaced. So let's revisit the big takeaways from, what's kind of a long and drawn-out story here. I mean, there was a lot to all that, right? Now that you know the weaving and bobbing and turns and all the talks and then what eventually happened. Here are my takeaways. I mean, number one, the A's have had such a transient history through 120-plus years. They were one of the original American League teams in the early 1900s. Started in Philadelphia, spent more than 50 years there. In fact, was at the beginning of last season, the A's had finally spent more years in Oakland than they ever even did in Philadelphia. So it was a long time in Philadelphia in the early 1900s. Then it was a quick span in Kansas City. Bunch of losing years, a bunch of drama back and forth. But let's also understand, too, between the 50s and 60s, there were a lot of teams moving out west. I mean, baseball in California wasn't, or even the West Coast, wasn't a full-fledged thing. Los Angeles, San Diego, the Bay Area didn't have two teams at that point. Seattle didn't have a team. So it was a migration west for Major League Baseball, but like the A's have been a part of a couple major moves already. And if they were to relocate in the near future to Las Vegas, this would be the first major pro sports franchise to move three times. Philly to KC, KC to Oakland, Oakland potentially to Las Vegas. And you know who another team out there is that has similar geography and a similar history? The Sacramento Kings. Weren't they the Rochester Royals to the Kansas City Royals to the Sacramento Kings? Wait, KC, yeah. Oh, and that's right. And if the Kings had moved one more time, they would have been in this rare territory of moving three times in their history. So they avoided it. Let's see if the A's can do the same thing here. But the biggest takeaway of all this, wherever the A's have left, baseball has not evaporated. As far as I know, Philadelphia still has the Phillies. Kansas City still has the Royals. But if the A's leave Oakland, I don't know that there's going to be a replacement this time. And that's the biggest part about this history that's not in line to repeat itself. Like all the craziness of sharing baseball and football stadiums and, somebody who was desperately seeking to get out and couldn't get out and was voted against and found a way to get out. And then ultimately baseball said, fine, just go to Oakland. All this stuff is not identical, but so similar in the saga and the drama and the storylines. But that is the biggest difference right there. Philly and KC still support Major League Baseball. Would Oakland even get that opportunity to continue as a Major League host city? So this is not a question or a topic that I take lightly or that I was pleased to have to go down this road and do some research and really put this all together. But hopefully it helped you. Like I said, I'm somebody who had heard about all these different things, but never really understood how crazy it was that the A's even landed in Oakland, let alone now hoping to keep that home in the East Bay. Is A's relocation history potentially repeating itself? Let me know what you think about this video in the comments section below. Thumbs up on it because, hey, you've lasted here all the way till the end. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel so that I can see you next time.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Of course, I realize I'm making and publishing this video at kind of an awkward time, right? The Nevada State Legislature is going to take up public funding or not for an A's ballpark in Las Vegas. And I'll be very honest, if this goes through, every other thing following it, the other steps all seem relatively procedural, and it does feel like the Oakland A's will inevitably move to Las Vegas for their new home. So it is kind of weird now that I'm bringing up a best and worst case scenario for Oakland. I mean, you can kind of figure out what the best is and what the worst, but it goes much deeper than that. And let me also just say this straight away. What happens in Las Vegas across the next week kind of has nothing to do with Oakland. I mean, Las Vegas not happening, I guess, still leaves Oakland in some kind of contention, but you need a lot of things still to happen in Oakland before the conversation can actually truly go in that direction. And I guess this is maybe the best case scenario. If things fall through or don't go according to what the A's are hoping for in a vote with the legislature, there's a lot of healing in Oakland that needs to happen. A lot of healing left in Oakland that would need to happen. And I'm not even talking about the people and the decision makers and lawmakers and the mayor and the city council members and the A's. I'm talking about just fans. This has been turbulent across especially the last 6+ weeks, across the last 6 months, across the last 6 years. Some fans who are committed as ever are even numb at this point. It's hard to really think about, there's renderings now. There's ultimate meetings about the inevitable future of the Oakland A's, I should say, being in Las Vegas. And so there's a lot of people who are numb. And there's a thought of, well, what would happen in 2024? Would the team still play in Oakland if they were already committed and even building a stadium in Las Vegas? Like, how would that go? The commitment, ultimately, I'll say this. If it ever got around to the two sides, Oakland and the A's coming back together, having any types of discussions, having any types of agreement, that commitment alone to move forward at Howard Terminal, it would win over a significant amount of people. There's no question about it. To know that that name across the front of the jersey, Oakland, on the road and the Kelly Greens, that means a lot to so many people. But you know what? There are some people, like I said already, who a commitment alone may not be enough. It may not take them all the way. And that's the healing part I'm talking about here. Even in a best case scenario, there's a lot of healing that would need to take place in Oakland. Even if, if you're a Northern California person and you have your objectives and things you'd like to see happen here, even if all of that does, to get back to the Oakland side of things, I mean, there's a lot that would still need to be squared away. And I'll say the worst case scenario is kind of like, it's like finding out that somebody close to you is not doing well health-wise. And it's uncertain whether they'll make it or not, but the diagnosis is not good. Now, Oakland fans are certainly hoping for a breakthrough, and they will not quit until every last resource has been exhausted. And I certainly understand that, fighting the good fight. But also to understand that part of eventually, potentially losing somebody or something is a grieving process. And to be able to turn a corner on it, and I don't want to say to get over it, but to be able to move on with your own life. And again, I'm making the analogy here of life and death to a baseball team relocating, and I hope that you understand this is just an analogy, and I'm trying to be sensible and thoughtful about it. But the analogy would go like this. I mean, the A's are moving. They're actually not the ones dying here. It's all of us that will die a little bit on the inside. The A's will continue to live if they go to Las Vegas. It's a little bit of us inside that dies. So I talk about a grieving process. It's not fair because you don't even get to grieve. It's not like the A's will disappear off the face of the earth. They're just going literally somewhere else. And I think that's the hardest part. That's kind of the worst case scenario for Oakland A's baseball fans, that if this team is no longer around this area, it's not like they're eliminated from the face of the earth. You'll still have to figure out how to deal with seeing them doing something somewhere else. Sorry for the negative ending on that video, but it's a best and worst case scenario for Oakland. Even in the best case right now, a lot of things need to be taken care of and squared away, and a lot of healing. Healing is the biggest best case scenario word. Grieving right now, and the lack of grieving, that's kind of the worst case scenario for Oakland baseball fans. I'll see you next time.
Here's Brody Brazil.
So this is a video about the largest player contracts ever awarded by the A's. And I already know what you're thinking. Yeah, the commitments, the years, the dollar amount. Reality, it's not specifically about the Browns. It's about the Browns. It's about
Here's Brody Brazil.
Okay, it's official. I'm doing my first ever Cleveland Browns video here on the YouTube channel. But no, in all reality, it's not specifically about the Browns. It's about their fan experience through the mid-90s when, after the 1995 season, they played their final game in Cleveland. The team relocated to become the Baltimore Ravens, and eventually Cleveland would get a new team back, and they'd call them the Browns all over again. But I needed to make this video, and specifically with the whole experience of the A's and Oakland and Las Vegas going on right now. I mean, we talk about this in such a clinical way, in relocation and finances and ballpark and construction and politics, but we've yet to really grasp the human element of the experience of relocation and what happens when a longtime sports team leaves its market. This is not going to be a fun video, and I do appreciate somebody who helped me with sharing their experience. You'll see what this person wrote to me. I asked, could you just share what it was like to live through that when the Cleveland Browns relocated? I mean, again, this was traumatic, and old stadium, fight for a new one, passionate fan base. Look at these photos from their final game in 1995. Look at father and child just sitting there, like one last hug. Fans literally stealing some of the seats from, was it a municipal stadium in Cleveland where the baseball team and the football team obviously shared for so many years. And then one fan walking out probably after that final game, lights still on, one more time for the football team. It's just, I mean, look at those photos and take where we're at right now with the A's and superimpose yourself in those photos. Yeah. Getting a little, emotional just thinking about it right now. So my friend shared with me in textual format what the experience was like. My friend said, quote, "I was about 15 in 1995. The Browns were like my family, so it was a weird experience. We knew a team was coming back, though." Fair enough. So this is an entirely different scenario from the start. It didn't make it easier. It was really confusing. I also had no clue who to root for. I think I kind of was drawn to the Bears and Packers for some reason. Obviously, geography, a big reason of that. Watching the first Baltimore game was gross. I was surprised at how easy it was to hate them, even though I recently loved so many of the players. Weirdly, it helped my life in that I was willing to work Sundays at Champ Sports without FOMO of missing a game. I don't think FOMO was a term in 1995, but obviously this message was sent in present day, 2023. So I felt a little freer for 3 years. By the way, Champ Sports, classic reference of the mid-90s. Who didn't shop at Champ Sports? It was in every mall ever. But God, I missed having my team. The last game was crazy too. We played the Bengals and we wound up winning. We lost a lot after the move was announced, right? So this was a rare win. There was so much emotion with that game. I remember Steve Everett hugging everyone in the dog pound. Ernest Biner had a good game too. That last game stuck with me. Watching games through the 95 season after the move was announced was weird. It didn't feel real. Then that last game was an emotional dam for the whole city. The players seemingly felt it too. So there you go. That's an account of what happened when the Cleveland Browns up and moved. And Cleveland is back. They've got a team back. And you look at Major League Baseball, of the, 13 times or so that there's been relocation, 12 times the city that had a team leave currently now has a team back, with the exception of one. The last time it happened, Montreal still does not have a Major League Baseball team. So there you go. Wanted to share that. Let me know what you think in the comments section below. Thumbs up on this video if you liked it. And don't forget to subscribe so I can see you next time.
Here's Brody Brazil.
This is a very complicated situation between the A's and Oakland and Las Vegas and Major League Baseball, and how it actually shakes out is going to be so interesting. And I realize at this point of uncertainty, there's a lot of questions and comments and speculations and theories like this one. How about if the A's relocate to Las Vegas and then MLB awards Oakland with a corresponding expansion franchise that we know is probably out there on the table for 2 cities across the United States? I'm here to tell you that I understand it. I hear where you're coming from. I can digest it, but I can't actually accept it or agree that this is likely. And I know where you're getting it from, because this has already happened before, and not just across sports, but literally specifically with the Oakland A's when they moved from Kansas City. That's how they got the Royals, because the A's relocated west. MLB said, here you go, in 1969, here's your Kansas City Royals. Not to mention the A's started in Philadelphia. They're not exactly without a Major League Baseball team in the Phillies, so I get it. It's happened before. But please don't put all your eggs in this basket and think that this is a good way to keep Major League Baseball in Oakland. Do not count on this again. It was different back then. You had a lot of teams migrating out west, And you had the thought and theory that, okay, you'd replace some of them, right? Like Brooklyn never got a team again. They created the Mets. And you know why the Mets colors are blue and orange? It's because the Dodgers and Giants had those primary colors, and that's how they made the Mets. Here's your replacement team because two went out west. But this was a totally different time in our nation's landscape, in sports landscape, in baseball's landscape. So don't think that this is necessarily on the table again. There's also the fact that expansion here in 2023 with Major League Baseball, it is super competitive. You've got places like Portland and now Salt Lake City and Montreal. They've all got these active groups that are trying to get Major League Baseball to come to their locations. They are well put together. They are actively pursuing this. Oakland definitely does not have this because, well, Oakland's had a team. There's been no need to have a group like this, a baseball project, the Portland Diamond Project, and what Salt Lake City has recently proposed. Like, they really want to throw their name in the hat to get one of the two expansion franchises. By the way, I'm not including Nashville in here because I think that's a sure thing. I think of the two expansion franchises that we're probably going to see in the 2020s at some point in this decade, Nashville gets one. So really, we're talking about one spot here. Who gets the other expansion team? There's also this. No group in Oakland right now is ready to buy, ready to just jump right in the mix. There's no turnkey group in Oakland. Now, with that said, there is on the positive side an established market. There's an established fan base. There's you absolutely know that if this were an opportunity all over again, it could work here. This is a big enough market. There's a big enough support system. This is a lucrative market if, in fact, there was a turnkey group that was ready to expand. But again, I've seen the positive in this one side of it. I'm painting the bigger picture here that I understand the idea and the concept of relocation and expansion, but there's a lot of things going against this. There's also the fact that Oakland has already set out their best terms for Howard Terminal. We know Oakland's side. If somebody were to come in and say, all right, we're going to expand. We're going to be the expansion team in Oakland. Now you've got to work out a stadium deal in Oakland. And the good news is, I suppose you could pick up in a lot of places where the A's would have left off, right? Because this did get negotiated quite far, like literally till the end. They are literally right around the corner from the end here. So for good and maybe for bad, we know Oakland's side. We also know that Oakland, like a lot of places in California and the West Coast, they're not going to put public money into the project, as opposed to, Nashville, Tennessee, where they just committed $1.2 billion of public money for a brand new football stadium. So you understand that if, in fact, there is expansion, the Oakland side of negotiations has already, I don't want to say shown their cards, but it is what it is. And maybe this isn't a bad thing that it's been negotiated that far, but you also know exactly what the deal is going to be in Oakland. Would Major League Baseball go for this deal as opposed to something easier? Right? Probably not. And it's all up to Major League Baseball when and whether and where they expand. You're also going to get probably no help at the Coliseum site. I mean, for example, if the A's were to actually physically leave town in 2025, and baseball said, okay, Oakland, you can have an expansion franchise. Do you think that the A's owning half this land, how does it play out? And I'm not saying they would interfere or impede, but how exactly does it go with the team owning half this site and the fact that, it's been poised and it's been designed now to be redeveloped for something bigger and better? Now we're only delaying the inevitable. We're kind of right back where we started in Oakland, that we're at the Coliseum still with a brand new team. Like, you see how difficult this becomes. Again, I'm labeled and viewed as some eternal optimist in all this situation. I'm just trying to be real about it. And here's a case where I'm being very real about it. And I just do not see a path of how this would actually go. I understand the initial idea, but once you dive into these layers, it gets very complicated. There's also the fact that the A's have planned on taking their colors and their name of the Athletics. They were one of the American League's founding franchises back at the beginning of the 1900s. And so the name has followed them from Philadelphia to Kansas City, now to Oakland. And if they go, it's been said that that name will go with them. So look, there's been the Oakland Oaks before of different, various, I think a basketball team was named that. A professional baseball team was named that in the 1950s. Do you take on something new? Is it viewed the same way? I don't know. It's going to have a tough situation around it. It's not like in Cleveland where the football team left, but they didn't take the name Browns, and then a new team started up and they're the Browns. And unless you go back in history, if you're a young kid right now, you don't really know that there were two different Cleveland Browns. I think that's also happened in Charlotte with the NBA's Hornets, if I'm correct. They left, they came back, but now they're called the Charlotte Hornets again. So this would not be that case or scenario in Oakland with the name A's. Also this, and it's been said, well, let's put a minor league team, let's put a AAA team in Oakland to replace the A's. So this is not even the same conversation anymore, right? We're not talking about relocation and expansion. Now we're talking about relocation and adding something different to replace the void. It's my personal opinion, and let me know what you think about this, that a minor league baseball team in the city of Oakland just does not work for a couple different reasons. Number one, we're back at the venue problem. All right, a AAA team's not playing at the Coliseum. They need somewhere new. Where do you build that? How do you build it? How do you finance something that's not of the major league caliber, that's not going to return the income that's necessary for land? It's a headache. But also from a simple personal perspective, what's the message here? We took away your major league team, but here you go. Here's some minor league baseball. It's baseball. I get it. I don't think that would flourish. I don't think that would be successful. I don't think this region, after having Major League Baseball for 50 plus years, I don't think there would be an appropriate appetite for minor league baseball. Like a read the room type situation. No disrespect to anywhere else, but how often does a city go from a major league town to a minor league town? So I don't think that one is really going to work. So there you go. There's the details on if the A's relocate, what about expansion? My thoughts are, I get it. I hear you. I know where you're coming from. Like the thought of it. It seems super difficult. Let me know what you think in the comments section below. Please be civil. Come on. Thumbs up on the video since you watched here all the way to the end. And don't forget, subscribe to the channel so that I can see you next time.
Here's Brody Brazil.
I think I can admit this here on the YouTube channel that I make too many videos that are overcomplicated. Like, I take you way too deep into the weeds way too often. I overthink things, I overanalyze them, I talk about them way too much instead of doing what that old sports saying suggests. Keep it simple, stupid. So let's do that here on this video. Let's make this all about the for and against factors for the A's and their efforts to relocate to Las Vegas. Put another way, what are the things that might help them in this desired process of theirs, and what things might be roadblocks and stand in their way of landing in Southern Nevada as a brand new home? I should also say this from the very beginning. This video really has nothing to do with the Oakland side of things. I realize maybe when you hear me talking about the against Las Vegas factors, that might mean they're also for the A's staying in Oakland. I don't know at this point if those two things can even be connected. That's a totally different topic for a totally different video. So let's just keep it on this, the Las Vegas aspect, for and against. But before I give you those, I actually need to begin yesterday with MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred. He's in Wisconsin at the Brewers ballpark. He's talking to the media because he's in town to kind of suggest that this venue needs like $500 million for repairs and improvements. That's right, $450 million he's trying to push either the team to pay or local or state government to pay. He just wants this venue to be up to what they say is MLB standards. I wasn't aware it wasn't up to those standards. Anyway, that's the backstory of why he's here, why he's in front of the media. But again, because there's cameras and reporters, they're inevitably going to ask him about the Oakland situation, and here's what he said.
I think they're pretty settled on a site, the MGM site. I think they have an agreement. It's really now a question of getting a finalized financing package that would allow them to build on that site. I think you'd have to ask the mayor of Oakland that. I mean, she said she had cut off negotiations after an announcement was made in Las Vegas. I don't have a crystal ball as to where anything's going. There's not a definitive deal done in Las Vegas, and we'll have to see how that plays out. It's possible that a relocation vote could happen as early as June. It's very difficult to have a timeline for Oakland until there's actually a deal to be considered. There is a relocation process internally that they need to go through, and we haven't even started that process.
Okay, in some ways that was a lot, and in other ways I didn't get hardly anything out of that. So I'm going to summarize the main points here, beginning with settling on a site. The MGM site? He misspoke, right? He meant the Tropicana site. Or is there a different MGM site, or is there something I'm not aware of? I think he's saying the Tropicana site. Let's go ahead and assume that, because the Trop site is already number 2. Remember the Wild Wild West site, 49 acres west of the Strip, west of I-15? That was first. That was the binding land purchase agreement that apparently wasn't so binding. Then the A's refocused, 9 acres for a retractable roof stadium on the Tropicana Hotel site with Bally's Corporation and GLPI. So there's even talk now, because the language that the A's are reportedly going to present to Nevada legislature, it's not even site-specific when it asks for public funding. That's right, the public funding request is not even site-specific. Like, wouldn't you want to know that if you were a lawmaker and approving this? Like, where are you actually going to put this money in use and in place? Anyway, from Manfred's perspective, and there was some talk that maybe the A's would even be exploring a third site officially. And there are other ones that unofficially they've talked about or talked to the owners of, but officially we're on site number 2. There was question of whether there would actually be site number 3. So according to Manfred, maybe don't expect a site 3 as of right now. He also said that Mayor Sheng Tao was the one that cut off negotiations when the A's had their Vegas announcement. But in reality, the A's made the first announcement by saying that they're done pursuing anything in Oakland. And then the mayor was the one who went back and said, well, we're also done. To be clear, that's Mr. Manfred's perspective and spin on this. But I think, obviously the way it went down on the night of April 19th, the A's said, we're shifting our focus to Las Vegas. We're turning it away from Oakland. And Mayor Sheng Tao said, we will not be a factor in the negotiations here. We will not be negotiated against if we're not working together anymore. So interesting that that's his perspective. He also said that he doesn't have a crystal ball. Well, he knows a lot of things. He's the commissioner of baseball. He's got a lot of inside contacts, and he's able to find out information that he wants, but I think he's trying not to predict anything, or trying not to give you literally any kind of instinct he has towards anything, because he doesn't want to be wrong down the road. But it is interesting to hear somebody at the top using a reference like, I don't have a crystal ball. He also suggests that at the earliest, an MLB owner vote on relocation could happen in June. Now, the owners' meetings, I want to say, are June 14th, 15th, 16th, 13th, 14th, 15th, mid-June, a little bit before mid-June. I'm imagining they're in New York, just guessing. But he's saying that this vote could happen by that time. As I record this, we've got a couple days left in May. We're literally 2 weeks and change until these owners' meetings. And my last point here, my last topic, is that the internal relocation process with Major League Baseball hasn't even started yet. Is this an overnight thing? Can you get it done in 2 days and then they could take a vote on it? It just seems like with this bottom part not being done yet, how could you even talk about the earliest a vote could happen? I mean, sure, I guess that's the earliest, but is that even realistic to happen at this speed, at this pace. Just, it doesn't sound like it. Okay, let's talk about the things that the A's have in their favor for relocating to Las Vegas. Number one, obviously they're working with the Bally's Corporation. They have found a landowner and a casino operator and partner. And I think this is a huge deal, especially and specifically in Las Vegas. Yeah, land is important, but working with a casino that's got some influence, that's got some ability, that's got some muscle, that's got a name to it, that's got a vision attached to it, right? The A's would develop the stadium on 9 acres, and then the rest of the 35-acre site, 35 minus 9, do the math, whatever's left after the 9 acres, Bally's Corporation is going to tear down the old Tropicana Hotel, build a brand new Bally's property that their chairman, Sue Kim, said would be a sports-themed resort, right? So that's what Bally's is going to do. So it's got some weight to it that the A's have a teammate in this. Before the Bally's thing, they really didn't have, even with the Wild Wild West casino site, they really didn't have an influential partner in Las Vegas. Now they do. That should help this process. The A's are also persistent to meet deadlines. Like, they've got to get language introduced to lawmakers, like, by the next couple days here. They've also got the clock ticking on January 14th, 2024. That's when MLB's revenue sharing would end if they're not able to have a binding stadium agreement in Oakland or somewhere else. So the A's are very urgent in this process. And it almost feels like that old saying, the squeaky wheel is eventually going to get oiled. I think another huge factor is that Governor Joe Lombardo, in his first term and literally in his first couple months of office as governor of the state of Nevada, he's very much on board. When the A's put out their initial release, if you will, or when news broke that night that they were focusing on Nevada, the governor was quoted. I mean, he has been behind this the entire time. I don't know the connection he has ever had with the A's, but certainly he is favorable of this project happening. He is a main factor of trying to push it through. And I also think that some lawmakers who would have a vote on this, and it really doesn't matter the party, Democratic or Republican, some lawmakers could look at this vote and look at this opportunity as the chance to boost their own profile a little bit. I mean, it literally is up to lawmakers here. If they approve this, the public funding, then you know the project can start, right? And we'll talk about the responsibilities of payments and bonds and all that stuff later, but all it takes here is approval. And then the people who approved it are the ones who essentially brought baseball, MLB, to Las Vegas, because there doesn't really need to be much after that. The MLB owners, they're going to have that vote eventually, whether it's in June or whether it's in the fall. 75% of them need to vote yes on the relocation process internally with Major League Baseball. But that almost seems like a formality. If the A's get this public money, it's a wrap. So that's kind of also for the Las Vegas thing happening here, is that all you need is a vote, and that's it. I mean, I know there's going to be traffic studies, and there's going to be an environmental impact report, and all the procedural stuff. The FAA is going to have to get involved and look at things, but I don't imagine anything along those lines to be a total roadblock, maybe a speed bump here or there. But yeah, lawmakers realize that this is entirely in their hands, and they have the ability to literally change the landscape on the south side of the Strip. Okay, let's switch gears here. How about some things that are against Las Vegas in this actually happening? Senate leader in the state of Nevada, Nicole Cannizzaro, tweeted this out yesterday. It's the job of the Nevada legislature to pass a balanced budget. That's what we've done. Now the governor has an obligation to agree to fund the state, and we expect him to live up to it. Here's her statement with Speaker Steve Yeager. Quote, passing a balanced state budget is our first and most important obligation as a legislature, and that's exactly what we've done. These 5 bills include an overwhelming number of bipartisan priorities and represent a major step forward in improving K through 12 and higher education, retaining a functional state and public safety workforce, investing in better healthcare services, building critical infrastructure, and saving record amounts for reserves. The legislature will finish its regular session business on time by June 5th. If the governor forces us into a special session because he vetoes the state budget, we will not consider any other bills during that special session except the state budget. The governor has an obligation to agree to fund the state, and we expect him to live up to it." End quote. Now, the governor released his own counterstatement just shortly after this, but the Senate here leans Democratic right now, and the way it's being put here is that if you have to go to a special session because of the state budget, none of the other votes on the table will actually take place. And there are other important votes for like the Sony Pictures property, basically a Hollywood movie studio, would come out to Southern Nevada and be part of Clark County. So there are other kind of things out there, other benefits that the state of Nevada maybe won't see because of the political divide, Democratic and Republican right now, in this state over the budget, the first and foremost thing over the budget. Here's also a number of things that are kind of against Las Vegas in this actually happening. Number one, we really don't know what public opinion is on this so far. And I don't mean the comments you'll see down below or what people are saying on social media. That's kind of a taste and a sampling. It's not the true reality. What will people say when there's time for public commentary? And what will lawmakers do when it's time to listen to their constituents? What if the response is either overwhelmingly super positive, but in reality, like we haven't heard much of a grassroots push for the public to tell lawmakers to vote yes on publicly funding this ballpark project. I'll just say the opinion is unknown. And that alone could go against the votes that actually take place in this process. We also don't know the participation level by Clark County, and they are completely important. They're the ones that would have to float out the bonds that would obviously pay for the ballpark's construction. It would help fund the $300 and something million of public funding to help build the ballpark, but the bonds will eventually need to be serviced, essentially paid back. And if the ballpark itself doesn't generate the revenue to pay back the bonds, who's responsible for that? And that's what Clark County is curious about. That's what they're concerned about. That's why they're maybe not fully interested in this process. They're also a little bit leery because they are the ones that are largely responsible for funding Allegiant Stadium. They're the ones, Clark County, that implemented a, 0.88% hotel tax. And they had some issues. They've had to dip into their reserves twice already. Now, once was because of the pandemic, but they've had to dip into reserves twice just to make sure that funding for Allegiant Stadium, which is still being paid for, could actually continue. So they're a little bit burned by that now and not exactly eager, we think, to jump back in. Remember the joint statement from a couple days ago between the governor's office, some lawmakers, and the A's? Well, who was quoted for Clark County? Clark County was quoted. I don't know that anybody said the quote from Clark County about being responsible with their bonds. Anyway, it's unknown, and maybe they'll be forced into participating. Maybe they'll put up a fight and be a reason that this does not happen. How about those other public funding commitments? I mean, you can't just grow money on trees and hand out, hey, here's $100 million here, $100 million there, $200 million there. I believe it is Sony Pictures that's trying to acquire about $200 million of public funding for their project to build a movie studio. I don't even know the location, somewhere on the outskirts of Las Vegas or in Clark County. And there are several other projects and public subsidies to be voted on here. So it's not just the A's asking. There are other interested parties. And if you realize you can't foot the bill for everything, what stays, what goes, what gets a yes, and what gets a no. And on that note, I mean, here's what goes against Las Vegas. As much as I said before that lawmakers just vote yes and this thing's a wrap, if they vote no, I'm not saying it's forever a wrap, but it certainly derails the A's from their timeline. And that's my last point here. If this is a delay, we'll take this up another time, or we just can't pass this right now. A delay also kind of means no. Now, there might be other ways for the A's to acquire the $300-400 million gap it seems they have to finance the $1.5 billion ballpark. Maybe they'll find that money some other way. Maybe this is only their first effort. I said before, they're kind of like this squeaky wheel that is going to get oiled some way, somehow. But a delay kind of means no. I mean, no means no, but a delay also means no, especially with the A's timelines and trying to stay on MLB revenue sharing. So will the A's continue their pursuits if it's a delay or if it's a no? Those are the things I think go against Las Vegas. So there you go, the for and against Las Vegas. Hopefully that was straight up. I mean, there are some clear things for, there are some clear things working against Las Vegas right now in this process. Let me know what you think in the comments section below. Hey, you watched all the way here to the end of the video, like almost 20 minutes worth. I appreciate you. Give me a thumbs up down below. That'll help this video. Also, don't forget right now, subscribe to this channel if you're not, so that I can see you next time.
The Senate will come to order. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Senator Buck. Senator Cannizzaro. Senator Daly. Senator Donyate. Senator Dondero-Loop. Senator Flores. Senator Goycochea. Senator Hammond. Senator Hansen. Senator Harris. Senator Krasner. Senator Lang. Senator Neal. Senator Wynn. Senator Orenshaw. Senator Pizzina. Senator Scheibel. Senator Severs-Gansert. Senator Spearman. Senator Stone. Senator Titus.
Let the record show that there are 17 senators present. Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tempore. Please mark Senators Buck, Severs-Gansert, Stone, and Hansen excused, and please mark Senator Wynn present when she arrives. She is in the building.
Thank you. We rise now for the prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance, given the prayer given by our own Senator.
God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference, living one day at a time, enjoying every moment at a time, accepting hardships as a pathway to peace. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Reading approval of the journal by previous order of the Senate. The reading of the journal is dispensed with, and the President, Pro Tempore, and Secretary are authorized to make the necessary corrections and additions. Order of business number 9. Motions, resolutions, and notices. Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tempore. I move that Harrison Brenner of KOLO TV be accepted and accredited as a member of the press, that they be assigned the appropriate space in the chamber, they be allowed to use the appropriate meeting facilities in the legislative building.
Thank you. You have heard the motion. All those in favor, aye. Opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. Order of business number 16. Introduction of guests. Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tempore. I move that the Senate stand in recess until Monday, June 12th, 2023 at 11 a.m.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. All those in favor, aye. All those opposed, nay. And
Madam President Pro Tempore, I meant to say adjourn, not recess.
you've just heard something, so now the Senate is in recess, right? Recess? We are adjourned. We are adjourned.